Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvanda Maravinda Dalaya Taksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundaram Nandar Agom Vigamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Lasyan Divan Dikayanti Jiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami 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 Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
The lotus feet of our spiritual master, the only way by which we can obtain pure devotional service. I bow down to the lotus feet with great honor and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth, From him ecstatic preeminence, by him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of the devotees. O Lord, please be merciful unto me. Give me the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter at your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padmapa Kevala Bhakya Ti Sadmapa. Bandumwe Savadana Mate Pike Bandumwe Savadana Mate Pike Jahara Prabhu Sadhibai, Eba Fatori, Papa Japa. Krishna Prapti, Hoye Jaha, Hoite Pipi. Krishna Prapti Hoye Jaha Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chate Te Kopri Aikapa. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chate Te Kopri Aikapa. Harana Kopri Pomahani Asha Vaha. Arena Kori Hope Mani Asha Vava. Thank you so much. Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Bhagati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Bhagati. Ye prasade pure sava Asha Prabhupada Ye Prasade Puri Sava Asha Prabhupada Shakudana Dilo Jai Jami Jami Prabhu Se Chakudana Dilo Jai Jami Jami Prabhu Se Divigante de Prakasito Divigante de Prakasito Prima Bhakti Yahote Avijavinyasa Yate Prema Bhakti Yahote Avijavinyasa Yate Virigaya Rachari Hito Vedhegaya Racharito Shiguru Kapruna Sinda Adhamajinada Bandhu Shiguru Karuna Sindhu Adhamajinada Bandhu Lokinatoka Rajivahana Srila Prabhupada Loka Rajivana Haha Prabhu Kopradoya Deho Mode Padachaya Haha Prabhu Kopradoya Deho More Padachaya Ebi Gaskutu Tribivana Wapam Ebi Gaskutu Tribivana Wapam Haha Prabhu Kopradoya Deho More Padachaya Haha Prabhu Kopradoya Deho Srila Prabhupada Patita Bhuvana Bham Srila Prabhupada Patita Bhuvana Bham Haha Prabhu Kopradoya Deho More Padachaya Haha Prabhu Kopradoya Deho More Padachaya Srila Prabhupada Patita Bhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Bhuvana Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Purchakine Nivasesha Sunyavadi Shatade Shatane. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Papa Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama. Jai Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radhe Radha. Jai Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radhe. Jai Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radhe. Shota Radha Kalachanji, Radha Kalachanji, Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jai Gopranita, 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 Gopranita. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvikacharya Asatara Satar Sri His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Binda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sekaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivatsari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Saimakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Mayapur Dhama Ki Jai Jamuna Mai Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai Yuga Dharma Hari Nam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Brihamadanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai Go Premanandi Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai All glories to the assembled devotees All glories to the assembled devotees All glories to the assembled devotees All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यमुना तीरवनचारी यमुना तीरवनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यमुना तीरवनचारी हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय राधा कालाचंदी राधा कालाचंदी श्री राधे जय राधा कालाचंदी राधा कालाचंदी राधे जय राधा गोविंद श्री राधे जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेवा जय सुभद्रा मैया निताई गौर हरि बोल Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Gurudev, 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 Jayo Jayo Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jayo Jayo Sri Chaitanya Jayo Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jayo Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jayo Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Jayo Jayo Sri Chaitanya Jayo Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jayo Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Jayo Jayo Sri Chaitanya Jayo Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jayo Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Hare Krishna. So we are reading from the Madhya Leela, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, chapter 5. Chapter 5 is the activities of Shakshi Gopal, and we are on text 79. With that, I'll start my invocation prayer. Om Ajnanaatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Praying at the lotus feet of my spiritual master, our dearest Srila Prabhupada, and for our dear Lord Krishna, who is none other than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. May I speak few words in the glorification of our dear Lord and for the purification of myself and the pleasure of the Vaishnavas. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayati girim yat kripatamaham bande Shri Gurundina tarinam Paramananda Ishwaram Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. Hare Krishna. We'll start reading. Little flashback. It's a chapter where two brahmanas, one elderly one, and the other one is younger one. And the younger one was serving the elder one very nicely, and being impressed, he said, "I'll give you my daughter." And the younger one was time and again saying, "No, you're too affluent, you're too good, I'm like too lowly. So, I wouldn't take your daughter." But the elder Brahmana was so fixed. He said, no, my daughter is my property. Who can decide whom I will give my daughter, only me, my property. And he says all these tall promises and he goes back home. He faces the reality that, he's super rich, he's surrounded by family, he's fully surrounded by the family. And the reality comes into picture and then he slowly starts changing his mind. He's kind of in dilemma, what to do. And all his relatives saying that we'll leave you, and the son and wife saying that we will take poison. And then he is so confused, he goes to the deities. He meditated upon the deity that was Gopal. He was Gopal, and he said, okay, you take care of it, I don't know what to do. And I was just thinking, as I was reading through the verses, I did not prepare anything, I just read through the verses. So whatever we'll discuss here. So I was just thinking of our Radha Kalachandji. So if we all can do that while thinking of the deity, every time the deity has been mentioned, we can all meditate upon Radha Kalachandji and it will become even more personal and more relatable to all of us. So now the situation is this: after a long time, the younger Brahmana waited. When they came back home from Vrindavan, the younger Brahmana went to his house and the elder one went to his. And it's been a long time, the elder one did not say anything to the younger one, and now he comes and he says that, what happened? Have you forgotten what you have said? What's happening? So now the son, whom Prabhupada is writing as atheist, who doesn't believe in God, he is saying that, for money, because my dad is so wealthy, because we're so wealthy, you are coming to us just for our money. Then this younger Brahmana goes around and gets all the village people, and in front of them, they say, get a witness. And he'll say, I'll get a witness. So all of them are now waiting for the witness. This younger Brahmana goes to the Gopal deity, in front of whom this entire conversation was happening. And when the conversation was happening, the younger Brahmana told the elder Brahmana that now you have to say Shakshi is in witness. You have to take a oath or vow in front of, like how during our initiation, we take our initiation in front of the fire, in front of the deities, in front of so many other devotees. They're like witnessing during marriage, any ceremony. We have so many witnesses. They're witnessing the entire happening. So they're like the Shakshi. So Krishna was the Shakshi, and the elder Brahmana said in front of the deity that, I have promised to give my daughter to this younger Brahmana. And younger Brahmana also comes in front of the deity and says, now you have witnessed. If anything goes other way, you will be the witness. So now he has come to Vrindavan, and that's where we are in. So get into the verse. It's a Bengali verse and it's not written, so I'll just go on reading. Please stop me wherever you feel like, and we can discuss. It's Madhya 579. Baro Bipro Mane Krishna Baro Dayabana Avasya Mora Bhakya Teho Koribe Pramana. The elderly Brahmana thought, now he's thinking, the elderly Brahmana, right? Since Lord Krishna is very merciful, he will certainly come to prove my statement. Even if externally the Brahmana is saying, the elderly Brahmana, okay, I don't remember, this is what been taught to him by the by the son, that when he comes, the younger Brahmana comes for asking for your daughter's hand, you just say, I don't remember anything. That way you will not be lying, that way you will not be telling the truth. You are in between, so you are not anywhere. That's what the conversation is. So but externally he is agreeing to his son because he doesn't want his relatives to die, but internally he's still having faith in Krishna, and we can learn the lesson too. Externally, so many things can happen to us. We might be caught between a situation where we don't want to be, but internally we can still say Krishna. I mean, I can think sometimes I'll talk back home, mine or my husband's side, and they'll be talking all sort of prajalpas, and in my heart I'll be saying, Krishna, I don't want to be in this situation. I don't want to hear what happened to their neighbor. How does it matter to me? I mean, I'm so bored. But to maintain relationship, we have to do so many things, and I'm doing this. But I would have preferred a lecture or something else that's related to you, and not listen to all this. So internally, I mean, anything can be our situation. We might be stuck in a work or something that we have to go through. But internally, we can always think that Krishna, really, I would have preferred it to have been related to you, not this. But, he is saying that Krishna is so merciful, and and I know you will, make my statement come true. Internally, he still wants to give the daughter to the younger Brahmana. Externally, he is not able to. So we'll see how it works. পুত্রের মানে প্রতিমা নাশিবে সাক্ষী দিতে এই বুধিয়া দুই জনা হইল সম্মাতে. The atheistic son thought it is not possible for Gopal to come and bear witness, thinking thus the father and son agreed. So the atheistic son is thinking, of course Gopal won't come by walking. So who will give the witness? Next one. Choto bipro bole patra kara holi khana puna jeno nahi chole eishab bachana. The younger Brahmana took this opportunity to speak. Please write this down on paper in black and white so that you may not again change your word of honor. So now the Brahmana is younger one, he did not write earlier. So now he's saying write it on paper so that you don't change your words. Now we'll have it on paper, registered. তবে সবে লোকা মিলে পত্রতা লিখিলা দুহারা সমতি লইয়া মধ্যস্থ রাখিলা. All the assembled people got this statement down in black and white and taking the signatures of agreement from both of them, served as the mediator. তবে ছোট বিপ্র কহে শুনো সর্বজনে এই বিপ্র সত্যবাক্য ধর্ম পরায়ণে. The younger Brahmana then said, will all you gentlemen present please hear me. This elderly Brahmana is certainly truthful and is following religious principles. So beautiful. This is something, I did not think earlier, but it is so beautiful. He is having, even he is cheated in a way, whatever is the externals, he is cheated. And he did not lose his faith in the elderly Vaishnava. It is so easy. He's saying, okay, this Vaishnava gave me a promise. Now he's not fulfilling his promise. But as we understand our center is Krishna and not us, and this younger Brahmana, though younger, he's acting such a wonderful way. He understands that this elderly Brahmana is truthful, but due to circumstances, he's not able to keep his words. So he's still praising him. And that's such a wonderful thing to have between trust between the Vaishnavas. Sometimes some devotee may come and say, that devotee spoke about you like this. But that devotee loves Krishna. I love Krishna maybe. And, we have Krishna in between us. Like, family members. Somebody may come and say, your mom said like this, your father said like this. But because I know my mom, I know my father so well, that somebody else saying something will not make a difference. Similarly, amongst Vaishnavas, that can be practiced too. And that's what we see between these two Brahmanas. Moving ahead. Swabhakya charite yahara nahi kobhu mana swajana mritu bhohe kohe asatya vachana. Beautiful. He had no desire to break his promise, but fearing that his kinsmen would commit suicide, he deviated from the truth. So now all of us who were following the previous story, the previous incident, now he realized, the younger Brahmana, that the elder one had no intention to speak the lie or go away from his words, but he is doing so because he is scared for his relatives, his sons, committing suicide or giving up their life. ইহারো পুণ্যা কৃষ্ণ আনি সাক্ষী বলাইবা তবে বিপ্ররা সত্য প্রতিজ্ঞা রক্ষিবা. By the piety of the elderly Brahmana, I shall call the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a witness. Thus I shall keep his truthful promise intact. Now, one beautiful thing that Prabhupada will also explain in the future in the purport also comes up here. He's not saying that I'm so pious, I'll go and get Gopal right here and prove you not only that he's committing aparad by not giving, going back on his word, he is also saying one thing, that he is the one who is so pious. He is the one who is a stronger Vaishnava. He is the one who is a stronger devotee. And by his strength, I will bring the deity of Gopal here. He is not feeling, arrogant about his devotion. He is giving all the credit to the elderly Brahmana. এত শুনি নাস্তিকা লোকে উপহাস করে, কেহা বলে ঈশ্বর দয়ালু, আসিতেহা পারে. Hearing the emphatic statement of the younger Brahmana, some atheists in the meeting began to cut jokes. However, someone else said, after all, the Lord is merciful, and if he likes, he can come. So they are having a debate whether Gopal will come or not. So, তবে সেই ছোট বিপ্র গেল বৃন্দাবনে, দণ্ডবাত করি কহে সব বিবরণ. Now he is in Vrindavan. After the meeting, the young Brahmana started for Vrindavan. Upon arriving there, he first offered his respectful obeisances to the deity and then narrated everything in full details. Now we observe this one thing. We have been hearing like last at least 3 classes, this is the 3rd or the 4th class we are, discussing over this, that not a single time either of the Brahmana had a doubt whether Krishna is made of stone or he is real personality. That's the kind of faith that we need. He didn't have a doubt. It is a deity, made of stone. How does it matter? They had so much. As soon as he entered, he paid obeisances, dandavat, and he started narrating the story. And often Nityananda Prabhu, often he will say, why don't you go and tell to Kalachandji? And I may think, what will Kalachandji understand? But that's not the mood here. That's not the mood here. It's like they're really, they're not just saying Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They're not saying, they're living that statement. And this is a wonderful example. It's like they are the, they are the living example of that. So after he narrated, then he goes on. Brahmanaya deva tumi boro doyamoyo dui biprara dharma rakho hoya sadayo. He said, my Lord, you are the protector of Brahminical culture, and you are also very merciful. Therefore, kindly show your great mercy by protecting the religious principles of us two Brahmanas. Beautiful. He is not saying, protect me, protect my words, give me the daughter, give me this. He's saying you are the, we say like Go Brahmana Devaya. He's saying you are the most merciful one. And protect the Brahminical culture by protecting both the Brahmanas. And while reading, I just felt when somebody says something to me, all I'm telling Krishna, Kalachandji, I'm hurt, please take me out of this situation. I don't want to feel bad. I. There is no we. There is no we. At least I'm talking for myself. There is no we. In my prayers, it's only I, but that's not how the Brahmana is praying. He's saying this situation has happened, both of us in trouble, we are not able to keep our words. He said he will give his daughter. I said I will marry. Neither he is giving, not I am marrying. We are not keeping our words. That's not how Brahmanas are. We should sort it, you should sort it, keeping both of our interest intact, keeping the Brahminical culture. So when somebody hurts us, it is not just I am suffering, that person is suffering. Of course, it's better said than done, but we can also pray for the person, that particular person is also going through something. So can you protect us both? I am hurt, and God knows what that person is going through. Can you protect us both? So that's what the younger Brahmana is doing and giving me lessons. Kanya pabo mora mone iha nahi shukha Brahmanero pratigya jaye ei boro dukha. Beautiful. I'll repeat it one more time. Kanya pabo mora mone ইহা নাহি সুখা ব্রাহ্মণেরও প্রতিজ্ঞা যায় এই বড়া দুঃখা. I'd have made you learn Bengali if you would have understood this one, for just to understand this one. It's so beautiful. Please hear. My dear Lord, I am not thinking to become happy by getting the daughter as a bride. I am simply thinking that the Brahmana has broken his promise and that is giving me great pain. Oh, how thoughtful. He's saying, I'm not trying to get married and satisfy my, Prabhupada will say, but I'm just touched upon this, point that he is not saying that, I want to get married and I want to satisfy my senses, I want to gratify my senses and that's why I want to get married. He's saying that is not my mood. I am saying that a Brahmana is breaking his promise and that's very painful and I'm not able to bear it. So please don't make him do that. And he's also telling, you know what, I'm not trying to get just married here. I want that Brahmana to keep his promise and that's why I'm telling you this. Prabhupada's purport. Jai Srila Prabhupada. It was not at all the intention of the young Brahmana to get the daughter of the elderly Brahmana in marriage and thus enjoy material happiness and sense gratification. It was not for the reason that the young Brahmana went to Vrindavan to ask the Supreme Personality of Godhead to act as a witness. His only concern was that the elderly Brahmana had promised something, and if Gopal did not bear witness to that transaction, then the older Brahmana would incur a spiritual blemish. Therefore, the young Brahmana wanted protection and help from the deity. The young Brahmana was thus a pure Vaishnava, and he had no desire for sense gratification. He wanted only to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the older Brahmana, who was also a Vaishnava and very much devoted to the Lord. So beautiful. What Prabhupada is saying that, and we also understand that he is not trying to say, okay, I want to get. Throughout, as we are discussing, it is not I, it is about we and him. Barely it is me, in his case. So, what Prabhupada is writing that he's not thinking for himself. He's not thinking I'll get married, he's not saying I'll get married, that nicely we'll do bhakti, etc., etc. He's not saying that. Here he is saying, let this come true so that his words remain, so that he does not get any blemish on his spiritual life. This is how Vaishnavas are. They always think of our spiritual life for our advancement. If when they give us a service, it is not necessarily that that person doesn't want to do that. It is because they want us also to advance as they are advancing. That's the mood when we get a service from others. Like, oh, this person doesn't want to do this, that's why giving me the service. Maybe, may not be. But for us to take it as, it is best when we take it as, no, through this Brahmana, through this Vaishnava, Krishna, my spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada is giving me this service. So that through service, I can get purified. So Krishna is calling me closer. So that should be our mood when we take up a service. What is the Vaishnava's mood? It is his and Krishna's. None of my business. But from our side, when somebody gives, hey Mataji, can you do this service? But our mood should be, no, Krishna wants me to do it. So when Krishna is the center, the troubles are much lesser. That's what I get from that verse and purport. Moving on. Eto jani tumi shakshi deho daya mayo jani shakshi nahi daya taro papa hoya. The young Brahmana continued, my dear sir, you are very merciful and you know everything. Therefore, kindly be a witness in this case. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness become involved in sinful activities. Now, Prabhupada will write again in the purport that young Brahmana is saying that, you just become a witness. Please become a witness. If you don't become a witness, he will become a sinner. He will commit an offense. And then he said, a person who knows everything and yet doesn't become the witness, he becomes a sinner. And now he is saying this to the deity, that you will commit a sin. He's telling Krishna that you will commit sin if you don't become the witness because you know everything. And Prabhupada gives a beautiful explanation for how the Brahmana calling, asking Krishna to be the witness to say, get him rid of his sin, or not to commit a sin. Purport, the dealings between a devotee and the Lord are very simple. The young Brahmana said to the Lord, you know everything, but if you do not bear witness, you will involve in sinful activities. There is no possibility, however, of the Lord's being involved in sinful activities. A pure devotee, even though he knows everything of the Supreme Lord, can speak with him exactly as if he were a common man. Although the dealings between the Lord and his devotee are always very simple and open, there is formality. All these things happen because of connection between the Lord and the devotee. Now, two things Prabhupada says here actually. One thing is the devotees, the pure devotees, they know Krishna as the supreme. He is the everything. He is the, sarva karana karanam. He is the cause of all. And he is above and beyond everything and anyone. Yet, they do not, like the Vrindavan mood, they know Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and still they do not treat him like that. That's the beauty of love. The son might be the president, but to the mother, he's still a son. She knows he is a president, but does not change her love for him. So that's the mood of Vrindavan. So that's one point. Even if the pure devotees, the devotees in the mood of Vrindavan, they know that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but they do not treat him like that. Still treat him like a friend, son, boyfriend, or however the rasa is. And at the same time, he says, devotee is very simple and open. The devotees are very open. They're speaking to Krishna, this happened, that happened. That's what the Brahmana is complaining so much. Yet they do not forget the formality. Like Prabhu is doing the, Aarti, he's doing the puja on the altar. He's maintaining all the rules and regulation. Does he not know Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? He does. But as pujari, it is our duty, as devotees, it is our duty to do the formality as well. And that's why Prabhupada time and again cut us off from being sahajiyas. Take it too casual. We don't become too casual with Krishna. Then we lose the flavor. So we are both. We are open. We are keeping it open, but we are also keeping it formal. So that, we don't commit offenses. So that's the mood. So one thing that Prabhupada says in the purport is, though we know he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, still we do not treat him like that, because we treat him so much our own, like, when we cook, we think, if I don't cook, who will cook? What will Kalachanji eat? That's the mood. Does he need me to cook for him? He's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But the mood when we are doing the service is, if I don't, then who will? But at the same time, when we are serving him, we have to keep that, maintain that formality so that we don't commit offenses towards the deities. Moving on, Krishna kahe, this is another beautiful one. Krishna kahe bipro tumi jao shabhavane shava kori more tumi kari hasmarane. Lord Krishna replied, my dear Brahmana, go back to your home and call a meeting of all the men. And in that meeting, just try to remember me. Not this one, in the next few ones. Okay, 92. Abhirbhava hoya ami taha shakshi diba tobe dui viprara satya pratigya rakshiva. I shall certainly appear there, and at that time I shall protect the honor of both you Brahmanas by bearing witness to the promise. Now he said, you go there, call a sabha, and then you meditate upon me, and I will appear there. So they're negotiating. Now Krishna and this younger Brahmana, they're negotiating. They're talking. Bipro bole jodi hao चतुर्भुजा मूर्ति तबु तोमार वाक्य करुणा कव प्रति. The young Brahmana replied, my dear sir, even if you appear there as four-handed Vishnu, deity, four-handed Vishnu deity, still none of those people will believe in your words. He's saying you can appear there, but if you appear like a four-handed Vishnu, then nobody will trust you. এই মূর্তি গিয়া যদি এই শ্রীবদনে সাক্ষী দেহে যদি তবে সর্বলোকা শুনে. Only if you go there in this form of Gopal and speak the words from your beautiful face will your testimony be heard by all people. He said if you just appear there like a Vishnu, nobody will believe what I am saying. You have to go, but if you go like how you are as a Gopal, walk all the way, go there and talk, then everybody will believe what I'm saying. So they are still finding a term. Krishna kohe, this is the beautiful one. Krishna kohe pratima chole kotha ho na shuni, Vipra bole pratima hoya kaho ken bani. Krishna is saying, Pratima chole, kotha na shuni. Where have you heard that a deity walks? That's what Krishna is saying to the Vipra. Have you ever heard that a deity walks? And then Vipra is saying, have you ever heard a deity talks? So they're having this sweet, sweet conversation. I'll repeat this one more time. Krishna kahe pratima chale kotha ho na shuni, Vipra kahe pratima hoya kaho kene vani. So he's defeating Krishna actually in argument. Lord Krishna said, I have never heard of a deity is walking from one place to another. The Brahmana replied, that is true, but how is it that you are speaking to me although you are a deity? Pratima no hai tumi shakshat brajendra nandano, Vipra lagi koro tumi akarya karana. My dear Lord, you are not a statue. You are directly the son of Maharaj Nanda. Now for the sake of the old Brahmana, you can do something you have never done before. Hashiya Gopala kohe shunoho Brahmana, tomar pache pache ami koriba gamana. Sri Gopalji then smiled and said, my dear Brahmana, just listen to me. I shall walk behind you, and in this way I shall go with you. Purport. The conversation between Lord Shri Krishna and the Brahmana is proof that the Lord, in his Acharya Murti or form made of material elements, is not material, for those elements, although separated from the Lord, are also a part of Lord's energy as stated in Bhagavad Gita. So as I was saying earlier, you were not there, that as we read this purport, especially this one, please have in mind, bear in mind that we are thinking of Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji. So the first part of the purport is saying, first line, that, or the paragraph, that even if Krishna is made of stone, made of wood, made of metal, it is not material. Though he is made of matter, but he is not material. Even if those matters are his separated energy, because there's nothing that can exist without Krishna's energy. So their matter, they are Krishna's external energy, but they are not material. They are matter, but not material. That's what the first part of it says, and that's what mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Because the elements are Lord's own energy, and because there is no difference between the energy and the energetic, the Lord can appear through any element. Just as the sun can act through the sunshine and thus distribute its heat and light, so Krishna, by his inconceivable power, can appear in his original spiritual form in any material element, including stone, wood, paint, gold, silver, and jewels, because the material elements are all his energy. The Shastras warn Acharya Vishnu Shila Dihi. Naraki Saha. One should never think of the Archamurti, the deity, within the temple as stone, wood, or any other material element, Because of his advanced devotional position, the younger Brahmana knew that although the deity of Gopal appeared to be stone, he was not stone. He was the stone. He was the son of Nanda Maharaj, Brajendra Nandan himself, as the deity could act exactly as the Lord does in his original form as Krishna. Lord Krishna was talking to the young Brahmana just to test his knowledge about the Archa Vigraha. In other words, those who have understood the science of Krishna, Krishna's name, form, qualities, and so forth, can also talk with the deity. To an ordinary person, however, the deity will appear to be made of stone, wood, or some other material. In the higher sense, since all material elements ultimately emanate from the supreme spiritual entity, nothing is really material. Being omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, Krishna can deal with his devotee in any form without difficulty. By the mercy of the Lord, the devotee knows perfectly well about the Lord's dealings. Indeed, he can talk face to face with the Lord. So next time we think why Kalachandji is not talking to me, so we know who's lacking, not the deity. It is my faith. It is my belief that has not gone beyond thinking that he is made of stone. And as Prabhupada is explaining, that Brahmana has really realized, Krishna was checking his knowledge, saying, oh, I'm a deity. Have you ever heard a deity walking, place to place? What do you think? And then Brahmana says, have you ever heard deity talking? So Krishna was basically testing his knowledge of Archa Vigraha. And then Prabhupada is beautifully explaining through his purport that Archa Vigraha is non-different from actual Krishna. If Archa Vigraha can do anything and everything like an original form of Krishna. And that's as Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, ye yatha mam prapadyante, as we believe in him, as he reciprocates. Moving on. Ulatiya ama tumi na koriba darshan, amake dekhile ami rahibo sei sthane. The Lord continued, do not try to see me by turning around. As soon as you see me, I shall remain stationary in that very place. So he said, I will come behind you, but you don't turn around and see me. Ulatiya, you do not turn around and see me. As soon as you see me, as soon as you take my darshan, I'll become stationary. Nupurera dhani matra amara shuniba shei shabde amara gamana pratikariba. You will know that I am walking behind you by the sound of my ankle bells. So it will go ch, ch, ch. And with that sound, you will realize that I'm walking behind. Now he is giving few instructions to the younger Brahmana how our travel will be like. First condition, he said, you do not turn around and look at me. You don't take my darshan. You keep on walking. And then we might think, how will we know that he is coming? So Krishna is clarifying. He's Paramatma also, right? He is internally there, externally there. He's talking outside and he is also understanding the Brahmana's feeling, how will I know that you are there? So he said, you will hear me by my ankle bells. So I'll go behind and you are not supposed to turn. He gives some more instruction. 100th. Ekashera anarandhi koriha samarpan taha khana tomara sange koriba gamana. Cook 1 kilo of rice daily and offer it. I shall eat that rice and follow behind you. So 3 things. Do not turn around. Second thing is, you will hear me coming by hearing me through the ankle bells. He will know that I'm coming through hearing me walking by ankle bells. And the third thing is, cook 1 kilo of rice and offer it to me every day. And like that we take the prasadam and that's where I'll come along. Aradina agya mangi cholila brahmana Tara pache pache Gopal korila gamana. The next day, Brahmana begged permission from Gopal and started for his country. Gopal followed him step by step. What's the time, Prabhu? We'll pause here, and if there is any comment, any correction, please go ahead, Prabhu. Because after this next section will start, so I don't want to get into halfway through and then let the next speaker relish that pastime. So I will just pause here. Please forgive me for all the mistakes that I have committed. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvevacha patitanam pavneveyo vaishnaveyo namo namah. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami ki jai, Chaitanya Charitamrita ki jai. Having said that, I just want to add one comment. Yeah, Prabhu, please go ahead. Can I repeat that, Prabhu? Yeah, so what Narottam Prabhu so gracefully shared, that when Srila Prabhupada was here in Dallas, he said that like how Krishna's material and spiritual energies are same, like how we have the soft skin, the flesh, the soft part of the thumb and the hard nail. Both are different energies, yet they're part of the same body. That's what it is. We consider it as our thumb. We do not differentiate between the two. Thank you, Prabhuji. Hope I put across correctly. Thank you so much. Anything else you would like to add? Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for your association. Please bless us that we may continue. Thank you, Prabhu. Yes. ऐसे offer करें. No, yeah, because he is not supposed to look at him. And that's a good question, Mataji. Never thought of it. Heard of the story so many times. So yeah, the question is how the third condition, first condition, second, third one, like you cook 1 kilo rice and then you offer it to the deity. How is that possible when you're not supposed to turn around and see him? How will you offer? God knows where are you offering to. Good question, Mataji. I'll ask somebody. Yeah, that's interesting. Very practical. Huh? If you're really walking, then how will you offer? Maybe offer it like that. Here you have it. Yeah. That's in America. In Bengal, they can eat. At least 2 to 3. No, that is like when you have too many things. All he is eating is rice. That is also one time, I believe. He did not say 3 times or something. So, if he can do Annakuta Prabhu, if he could do, if it is Annakuta, if I can take, Krishna can take Annakuta, why not 1 kilo of rice, isn't it? Krishna can do, whether the Brahmana will. No, if all, because they're traveling, they don't have the access, right, to things. And he is anyway poor guy. I don't think they will see, They will not. Yes. So many miles. Yeah. I don't think anybody will see, because you need faith to see. Yeah, and even he was visible to he was talking to the Brahmanas, not to, to the Brahmana, not to anybody else, right? That is their problem. They think the same for us as well, but do we care? They think that there is so much to enjoy and we are not enjoying and coming to this temple. That is psychological problem too for the outsiders. But do we care what they think? Same the Brahmana, he was so absorbed in the pastime, he doesn't have time to think what people are thinking. And he's just, I think that ankle bell was just heard by the Brahmana. Nobody else could hear. And I don't think they were talking that time. Nothing is mentioned, at least in Chaitanya Charitamrita, about, like, you know, they were having chit. Yeah. It is their secret. Yes. He just, finally when it stopped, the ankle bell will stop, he will stop and turn, like why the ankle will stop, and that's where he will become stationary. Right? It is little further from the Brahmanas. So far I remember from the elder Brahmanas' house, and then everybody will come there to see him. He will give idea then. He will give idea. Yes, Prabhu, please. Devadarshan Prabhu has to say something. Yes, Prabhu, please go. Yes. Meant. Okay. That's another material. No, yes, please. Shall I give you the mic, Prabhu? Vidyananda. Yeah, yes, I also heard that story, Prabhu. Yeah, he defeated. I mean, he owned over this Rajya or the kingdom and took the deity. Yes. But Prabhu, did you? Yeah. So the deity which walked from Vrindavan, he is not there in Vrindavan, is he? No. Yes, that's what. So beautiful. See. Yeah, thank you so much, Prabhu. I wish I could give you the mic. That's the beauty of Chaitanya Charitamrita. Even the Pujari feels so inspired to speak on Chaitanya Charitamrita, right? No, what, Mataji, did you get what Prabhu was explaining about offering the rice? He said you can mentally offer it, right? You can, in your mind, you can offer it because he has anyway seen the form. Like, from our house, we can offer kala chanji. When you're putting whatever you're making, whatever item you're making, you can still offer it, whatever reason. If you're not cooking in the kitchen, you can cook in your home kitchen and you can still offer it to Radha Kala Chanji. No, when you can do it, Prabhu, that is again the story. The philosophy is when we can do it in person, in action, we will do it. It's only when we are not capable, when we are not able to, then we do it. We can also do it mentally. We will cook in the kitchen also and we can also do it mentally. That will be, Krishna will have extra meal. So he didn't eat it all. He offered it like how we offer and we get the... He will take 1 kilo rice. Yeah, that's Prabhu was saying, like Devdarshan Prabhu was explaining that 1 kilo of rice is, he wanted to make it difficult and not very difficult. So he went and begged for rice and then he offered it in his mind. Right? You can be in Vrindavan and still offer it to Kala Chanji. We can all offer it to Kala Chanji wherever we go. And one thing that I just wanted to add what Prabhu was saying, devotion is so beautiful. Devotional services, devotional activity is not just the activity itself, right? The moment we start, okay, today I have to do cooking. The moment as I start the action, like waking up, taking bath, getting dressed, coming, everything is devotional service. The intention, the moment you think I have to go, the Brahmana's offering did not become an offering just the rice. The moment he started, okay, now it's time, I need to go beg and bring the rice, wash, cook, and prepare and offer. The entire range of activities is devotional service and is the bhoga. So your bhoga starts even before the actual bhoga is being offered. Yes. He gets up fighting. So see how. Yes, I was too, yeah. Yes. Yes, I get your point. Yes. Okay. Yes. It's devotion. Devotion. And also the person who taught will get the sukriti, agyat sukriti, because he did not do it knowingly, so he'll get the sukriti for it. So that's beautiful, like, that's why it is compared with sandalwood. No matter from where you rub, your hands will be left with the smell of sandalwood. Right? For Kala Chanji? It's a long story to narrate here. But No, but I wish I could. But this remind. Yeah, there's a story in Shastra where, this queen, I've heard it 2-3 times, but I'm so bad in remembering the exact names, that where the queen will get this dream. She was wearing a beautiful pearl or diamond ear nose pin, and then she was thinking, in her mind she was thinking that, if I could, I wish they had installed a deity of Krishna, and she was always thinking, I wish I could give my nose pin to the deity. And then she thought, the deity didn't have it was not pierced, so she was just meditating, and then she went to sleep, and Krishna came in the dream and said, you can, offer your nose pin to me. And then the next morning she went with her husband. You know how the culture is, they went together, they're royal. And they went, and then she realized the piercing was there. So she offered her nose pin to the deity. So that reminded me of the story that you're saying, but it's real life, and that's from the Shastra I've heard. Comparatively, like the Alvar type, Alvars, Alvars? Like how we have Goswamis there, like that. So from that time, this story is from. So yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much. You share so many nectar, Prabhu. You should sit here and give the glass, not me. Yes, Prabhu, you had something. Yes. Yes, I would. Yes, that's true. Yes. There are actually many other pastimes where Srila Prabhupada would ask, are they not sleeping properly? Then the temple president will say that. I remember this one particularly where he said, the affluent people, affluent class, the aristocrat class are coming very late to take their darshan. And because they give so much donation, this is all from Srila Prabhupada memories, because they give so much donation, so they want to get the darshan, and like that they're sleeping a little late. If they were supposed to sleep by 9, they're sleeping by 9:30. Prabhupada said, they are getting dark circles. Krishna is black, where is he getting them? Yeah? Dark circles. The lack of sleep gives you dark circles, right? So he is having black patches under his eyes, he's not. And another place I remember, they had actually reduced, literally Krishna complains to Srila Prabhupada. Even Sachidanand Maharaj, he also says that Krishna complaining to Srila Prabhupada, and when Maharaj is saying that there is no way anybody would know it apart from Krishna. He did not wash the plates properly, and the previous day's bhoga was already, prasad was already stuck into the plate, and it did not go off completely. Maharaj couldn't wash because Maharaj was into something else. And then the temple president came and called Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada said, why are you not washing it properly, because it's dirty. And Maharaj was saying, there is no way anybody will know. By the time the pujari comes to take the plate is already ready. It has to be Krishna telling Srila Prabhupada. And then Prabhupada said, Maharaj is saying, that's the time when I decided that, no, I want to surrender to a person like this who can speak to God. So that's there. Yeah, Prabhu, thank you. Yes. Yes, there's so many. Yes, there are so many. Okay. Here? Here? I know Mother Chandravali was saying once the same thing. Oh, Krishna.
The subject was still in the bowl. So let's say it was potato, peas, and carrots, right? You said it was potato, peas, and carrots. So the potatoes had still the skin on the potato. So the subject was in the bowl now with potato, peas, and carrots, but the potatoes were perfectly peeled. And all of the potato peels were in a perfect line on the plate. There was no mess. It was empty. The peels had been removed. The peels were on the plate in a line. The same thing with the fruit. The grapes were all peeled, and the peels were in a line. He said it's not humanly possible for that to have happened. Nobody could have gone in over and peeled everything and put the subject back in the bowl and put the line like this. He said all 4 plates were all done like that. She said even if you tried to do it in 15 minutes, it's not possible. So she said it was shocking for her, and she brought the plates and she showed the couple who cooked.
I'm sorry, Gopal Prabhu. You will live very long. I was thinking of you. This is Narottam Prabhu's, not mine. You,
Nice story, right?
very nice. I will let go prasadam for that story. Mataji has a doubt. I'm sorry. I remember it was not me, him. I was thinking, I realized you were cooking. I realized I should have told at 8:30, but they were busy in stories, Prabhu. I'm sorry.
He's like a big Bengali mother. Hey, you know what thing I want to say to you? It's like, you know, he was saying to learn how to talk to the Jews, but when you're teaching us the culture of the Brahmin, Brahmin, you know, how you, we're actually learning from how to live.
Yes. That's how Chaitanya Charitamrita is about all living examples, right? So that we can learn. It's very. That's what Srila Prabhupada says. Everything is there in his book, so we just need to. Thank you so much for. Our Mother Sucharya? DT room? She was blind. In, ben- in Bengali, we call them. I ended the class at 8:23. Yes. I know. That was so sweet. Krishna Prabhu. Okay. Everybody participated, Prabhu, even Pujari participated. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you for all of your association. Hare Krishna. Yes, Prabhu, and that was so cute. And
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Pranapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Tau Krishna Kirtana Ganana Tana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nimar Ramu Pujitau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Vahan Tarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Riji Bhagavata Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nattana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Vicharanai Nipunam Sadharma Samasthapatam Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mandam Sarana Karo विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन दान नतल परौ प्रेम वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ हरा रखौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव शतसुरे सुतराज्यलक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस दददाद रन्ना तक्वा मंडलस्यनी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे सको करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे सको करुणया कौपीन कंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगं श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूना कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः गोसंतापिते संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन दान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम महीधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकर हिमांसरौ उदित श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव अरहं तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी तब कृपा बोले दया अदो सीतापति अद्वैत दासई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य गई दयाकार सीतापति अद्वैत दासई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य सनातन नरोत्तमा आहा स्वरूप सनातन रूप प्रभुना युग जीव प्रभु दया करो श्री आचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया करो प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कर मने तुम्हें बिना के दयाल जगत